Good morning, good evening, hello everyone, and welcome to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the latest mission from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. It's good to be with you here in the early morning hours of Friday, February 13th. We're broadcasting from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And as you can see in the clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, we are just about 3.5 hours away from the planned launch of the next 4 humans to head to the International Space Station on board the SpaceX Crew Dragon named Freedom, which will be making its 5th flight to date. As you're looking live at Space Launch Complex 40, you can also see the Falcon 9 first stage booster, tail number 1101. This will be its 2nd flight. Four crew members: Jessica Meir, Jack Hathaway, both from NASA, alongside the European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev, will spend about 8 months on orbit after they lift off from Space Launch Complex 40 here in about 3.5 hours. This will be just the 2nd human spaceflight mission taking off from Space Launch Complex 40. But the first of many yet to come, as SpaceX has shifted Dragon operations, at least all those planned for the future, over to this launch complex and away from Pad 39A. We'll delve more into that as we continue on through the count, but want to thank the nearly 400 of you who have either chosen to stay up late with us or get up early. Either way, we appreciate you being here. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage as we continue the count. Our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of the broadcast today. We've got the full crew out to cover this mission to the International Space Station. Photographer Michael Kane is down at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, awaiting the departure of the astronauts. Actually, they are just coming out now. You're looking live outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Unfortunately, because cell phone service is not the best, we're going to see some breakups like this given the number of people who are out there to see the departure of the 4 astronauts, or 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut, before they make their way out to the launch pad on a roughly 30-minute drive inside those black Teslas. On the right-hand side, that is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir making her 2nd trip up to the International Space Station. You can see her daughter on top of her dad's shoulders there with the Crew 12 jacket and a nice little SpaceX flight suit onesie. To Jessica's right, our left, actually in the blue flight suit on the side of the railing closer to the camera, that is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who was the commander of the Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. On the other side of the barrier, getting ready to fly, very proud of the mustache that he's been growing and will continue to grow throughout the mission. That is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway making his first trip to space, as is the astronaut to his right, our left, Sophie Adenot. representing the European Space Agency. This will be her first trip to the ISS, and she will be just the second female French astronaut to head up to the International Space Station. Waving goodbye to his family before he gets inside the black Tesla, that is Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev. This will be his second trip up to the International Space Station after launching as a mission specialist as part of the SpaceX Crew 6 mission in 2023. And we've got some audio now from outside ONC. Let's listen in. And as the gull wing doors close, this will allow the family members to get a little bit closer, say goodbye to their family as they head on into space for a roughly 8-month journey. Each astronaut and cosmonaut get assigned an astronaut or cosmonaut to be with their family for this journey to help make the transition from being with everyone here on Earth to saying goodbye to their loved ones just a little bit easier. As many astronauts have described, this is one of their most treasured parts about being part of the astronaut corps, is being able to be there for the family of their fellow astronauts. This is a well choreographed and timed part of the mission, as is every piece of crewed space flight. So family members saying their final goodbye, being shepherded back into behind the gate here, and then those black Teslas will take off towards Space Launch Complex 40. Now, the reason we have this single fixed view of outside ONC is because, unfortunately, NASA is not providing its own live cameras here, so we've got the one view courtesy of our Michael Caine. So nice view of the Teslas departing, beginning their roughly 30-minute drive from outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building over to Space Launch Complex 40. Great job to Michael for being able to bring us these live pictures. And while the camera's been up on the high vantage point, Michael's been moving and grooving, trying to get the best possible still pictures. And so we'll be sure to share those with you all once we have them available. We're getting positioned here at the Kennedy Space Center press site, and we'll try to bring you live pictures as the crew drives by the press site on their way out to Slick 40. Again, because we're a bit ahead of when NASA is starting its broadcast and sharing live views, we unfortunately won't get the aerial shots live as they're happening from the NASA helicopter or from the VAB roof. But we'll do our best to bring you good ground tracking shots to show you the astronauts as they make their progression out to the pad. Things are moving quickly at the start of the broadcast here, so let me backtrack a little bit and do a bit of housekeeping. Our thanks to moderator Jeff Hansen for being with us in the live chat here. And if you do see any of the other mods cruise on in throughout the course of the coverage, be sure to give them a big old Spaceflight now hello. You can help make Jeff and the other mods' jobs that much easier just by following our live chat rules. We ask that you post your message in English so that the moderators can respond as appropriate. Also, we ask that you hold off from delving into topics of overt politics or religion, and please don't write in all caps. Emojis are perfectly fine. We just ask that you don't create a huge block of them so it takes up a large chunk of the chat space. And last but certainly not least, we ask that you treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated, and we'll all get along swimmingly. We're also joined in the chat by channel member Cumulus Granatus, who's able to help answer folks' questions as we go on through the coverage. Speaking of channel members, their enduring support helped make this and every other live launch opportunity possible. So big thanks to folks like Arlene Pryor, Butterfly, let's see who else we have here this morning. I've got a couple new channel members joining us since our last broadcast. Olive and Dark Cluster joining us with membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Last but not least, if you have a comment or question about this mission or other goings on in the realm of space or spaceflight, or just want to offer a little bit of support this morning for our coverage, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. And not only will your comment be elevated for possible discussion, assuming that, of course, it is appropriate to be read as part of the broadcast, but you'll also be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now, and that, my friends, is always greatly appreciated. As I was about to introduce our team, that's when the views of the astronauts and cosmonaut came up at the ONC. So as we were waiting their spin around the bend here at the press site, let's go ahead and make sure you know who's working hard behind the various cameras to bring you the best possible views of the launch coverage tonight. Adam Bernstein, you can find him on X at ABurnNYC. The aforementioned Michael Kane is at MD Kane Jr. John is at John Pisani Photo. And you can follow us at Spaceflight Now by simply searching for Spaceflight Now. We are on Threads, Blue Sky, and Facebook for those of you who are not on X. We're also joined tonight in a little bit by our friends P. Carsons with Max Q Productions, as well as Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. It's been a busy 24 hours here on the orbital space front coverage. We, of course, had the launch of a Vulcan rocket back. Oh, gosh, that was just about 24 hours ago, wasn't it? Time flies. I lifted off from Space Launch Complex 41. That was followed by a successful flight of an Ariane 6 rocket from down in French Guiana. Both vehicles were able to successfully deploy their payloads into their intended orbit. Of course, unfortunately, one of the solid rocket boosters on the Vulcan rocket did experience an anomaly. And so that will be thoroughly examined by United Launch Alliance, the SRB's manufacturer, Northrop Grumman, and Space Force's Systems Delta 80 will oversee the assessment. The astronauts have just passed the press site, making their way past Launch Complex 39A, where most of the commercial crew missions have historically flown from, continuing on out to Space Launch Complex 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We are just past the top of the hour here on the East Coast. 2:02 a.m. Eastern, 07:02 UTC. Just about 3 hours and 13 minutes away from the departure of Crew 12 from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. If you're just joining us, I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now, and you're watching our live coverage of the Crew 12 mission. Per the timeline of things, as the crew is speedily making their way out to Pad 40, we should see the crew start to make their way into the Dragon spacecraft in less than 30 minutes from now. We will hopefully be getting live views from inside the White Room as the crew make their way up to that level and cross the crew access arm to the Dragon spacecraft called Freedom. That's where the closeout crew will be waiting for them in their all-black suits, nicknamed the Ninjas, for that look. As NASA and SpaceX are preparing to launch the Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station, the past 24 hours have been busy across the spaceport, in addition to the aforementioned launch of United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket from Slick 41. There was also some testing work that was happening earlier in the day, earlier in the day on the Space Launch System rocket out at Launch Complex 39B. You can see at least one vehicle out at that pad right now. In a previously unannounced test, NASA flowed undisclosed amount of liquid hydrogen onto the core stage tank of the SLS rocket. This was part of testing the fixes that were put into place following the conclusion of the wet dress rehearsal tanking test that wrapped up back on February 2nd. For those who were not with us for that coverage or haven't been keeping up with where things are with the Space Launch System rocket and the Artemis II pre-launch campaign, teams were able to get the rocket fully loaded with propellant on both the core stage as well as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage of the SLS rocket. However, there were some hydrogen leaks that cropped up a few times during tanking of the core stage. And then when they got into the terminal count, the rate of leak for the core stage exceeded acceptable levels, and so they wrapped up and stopped the clock at T-minus 5 minutes and 15 seconds for that tanking test. So part of today's, or I guess now yesterday's operations were to assess the fixes to the tail service mast umbilical. You see those roughly 3-story tall gray structures there at the base of the mobile launcher that's right in front of the white engine section between the two solid rocket boosters. The one on the right from this camera's perspective, that's the one that flows the liquid hydrogen onto the core stage, and that's where they were assessing the fixes put in place. Since the test concluded at some point in the day, don't have a time on exactly when the test started or when the test exactly finished, but we have not heard anything further from NASA on how that test went, if it proved successful to what they were hoping to learn and demonstrate. And as of this broadcast, they have not announced the date for the next wet dress rehearsal tanking test. So hopefully at some point later today, once we get more into typical business hours, we'll hopefully hear something from NASA on that, or perhaps once they begin their coverage, usually for missions to the space station, they've been carving out what they call the Artemis Minute, where they give updates on the program. So perhaps we will all learn a little bit more during that point in NASA's coverage. We shall wait and see. Just seeing the helicopter pass by in the frame here, so maybe close to the crew arriving at the base of the rocket. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 4 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. And it looks like we may be seeing the lead vehicle just coming into frame, passing by the lightning tower on the right-hand side of the screen. Although given the lack of other vehicles, that may just be a passing security. Time now, T-minus 3 hours, 23 minutes and counting. As we await the arrival of the 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to Space Launch Complex 40, let's take a little bit to learn more about the crew who is flying on this SpaceX Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station. In the commander's position is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. The 48-year-old was born in Caribou, Maine, here in the United States. A PhD holding marine biologist. Meir was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013. Previously applied to be part of the astronaut corps for the class of 2009, but wasn't selected then. Good lesson in perseverance and never giving up on your dreams. She's been to space once before as part of the Soyuz MS-15 flight. It's part of Expedition 61/62. She spent nearly 204.5 days in space so far and performed 3 EVAs or spacewalks while on orbit. She bears the distinction of being one of just 3 people and then eventually 6 people who were off Earth at the very beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, and was one of just 3 people who had the distinction of launching before the world really changed and then came back to a very different planet when she returned in the spring of 2020 back to the ground. Because of the early departure of Crew 12, or the early departure of Crew 11, preventing a direct handover with Crew 12, Meir and her colleagues, Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adenot, will likely be assigned to the various spacewalks that were on the docket for NASA to be performed on the ISS. Dates and specific astronaut assignments for those are coming in the future. Moving right along, in the pilot's seat for the Crew 12 mission is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. The 43-year-old was born in South Windsor, Connecticut. He's just the 3rd member of the NASA astronaut class of 2021 to head up to space. He'll actually have the chance to spend some time with his 2021 classmate, Chris Williams, who is right now the lone American on board the International Space Station, awaiting the arrival of Crew 12. He was commissioned to the U.S. Navy back in 2004 and racked up more than 2,500 flight hours. This will be his first trip to space. Same is the case with European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adenot, one of 2 mission specialists on board the Crew 12 flight. Born in a small town in the heart of France, she was selected to the ESA astronaut corps a year after Jack Hathaway. She too is a pilot, having served in the French Air Force since 2005. She is a helicopter pilot. She's also a multilinguist, fluent in both French and English, able to speak German, Russian, and a little bit of Spanish as well. This is her first trip to the International Space Station and becomes just the 2nd French woman to head up to the ISS. Rounding out this quartet is Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev, who is making his 2nd trip up to the International Space Station and is one of just a handful of people to join, as SpaceX likes to say, the Falcon 9 Frequent Flyer Club. This will be his 2nd trip on board SpaceX Crew Dragon. He was part of the Crew 6 contingent that flew to the space station back in 2023. He and his colleagues spent nearly 186 days on board the International Space Station, and including the time in rendezvous both to and from the ISS. In fact, the return of Crew 6 was pretty spectacular here at the Kennedy Space Center, since we got a chance to see Crew 6 streak across the sky before they splashed down off the Florida coastline in the Atlantic. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 52 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. We're getting close to the time where the crew should be stepping into ingress. That's coming up in the next several minutes, so we should be seeing them arrive here at the pad shortly. Actually, the crew may already be at the pad. We are seeing some folks crossing the crew access arm here. The view's a bit far away, and right now we're not getting live pictures from inside the White Room, so a little hard to keep pace with everything that's happening in real time. We're going more off of, or partly off of, the timeline of events as they should be happening. As is our understanding, going into pre-launch operations, NASA has made the decision to not start their live coverage until after the crew has already arrived at the Dragon spacecraft and is on board the vehicle as well. So there's a lot of live activity that we would normally see during crewed spaceflight that the agency has made the decision to not broadcast live, but record and hold and show at a later time. We'd love to bring you views inside the White Room. Unfortunately, those are not being made available at this time. Time now T minus 2 hours, 45 minutes, 57 seconds, and counting. At this point in the count, the crew should be in the process of getting settled into their seats, going through various comms checks and suit leak checks before stepping into the process of when the closeout crew will begin to close the Dragon hatch. Should be happening over the course of the next roughly 30 minutes or so. Again, unfortunately, because NASA's not sharing views from inside the White Room, we're unable to bring you views of the crew ingressing into the Dragon spacecraft and going through the normal checks and checkouts. Time now T-minus 2 hours, 42 minutes and counting. Again, at this point in the count, the crew should be inside the Dragon spacecraft named Freedom, going through various communications and suit leak checks. Their seats will also be rotated into the launch position before the side hatch on the Dragon spacecraft is closed, and the closeout crew does their final work to secure the White Room before they get ready to leave in more than half an hour from now, or just about 30 minutes or so from now. While we await the mission audio and additional views from NASA, let's go ahead and learn more about the 4 people who are flying to space here in just about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Here's your roundup introducing you to the 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut of Crew 12.
The 4 members of the Crew 12 mission are an eclectic bunch. They include the first cosmonaut to fly on a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft for a second time, the second French female astronaut to visit the International Space Station, the 3rd member of the 2021 astronaut class to head to space, and one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. Let's start with that 1 in 100, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, the commander of the Crew 12 mission.
I first started saying I wanted to be an astronaut when I was 5 years old. We were asked to draw a picture of what we wanted to be when we grew up, and I distinctly remember drawing an astronaut in a spacesuit standing on the surface of the moon next to the American flag. People always associated space with me. They called me Space Girl. They knew that it was this ultimate passion that I had and this goal.
Her first professional foray into the world of NASA came during the early 2000s when she worked as a scientist for Lockheed Martin based at the Human Research Facility at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. She went on to become Dr. Jessica Meir after earning her PhD in marine biology from Scripps Institution of Oceanography in 2009. Her work focused on the diving physiology of seals and penguins.
That research brought me to places like the Antarctic, and I was fortunate enough to go down there 5 times for research expeditions and later for a diving expedition as well. And I think it does actually play in really nicely with our current job, with some of the similarities that these guys have from their military deployments and that kind of thing. And I think that came through, in my astronaut interview as well. The things that I would point out are working in an isolated, harsh environment. So I was working in a remote field camp in the Antarctic with a very small team of people living in a confined situation in a harsh climate. So those kinds of experiences really help prepare us for the confined locations like the International Space Station and help teach us really valuable lessons about teamwork and cooperation and what it's like to really spend that much time together with a small group of people. I think there are a lot of other parallels as well. When we're down in the Antarctic, we don't bring a ton of other specialists. We just had our small core team that was doing science. For my research, we were studying the diving physiology of emperor penguins. So in addition to doing the science, we also had to spend some days just shoveling snow or fixing a broken down snowmobile and that kind of thing. And that brings out these sort of operational fix-it type skills that are also really important to our daily routine on the space station, since of course we can't call an electrician or a plumber to fix the toilet or change a light bulb.
Meir applied to be part of the 2009 astronaut class, but wasn't picked. But that changed in 2013 when she became one of 8 people selected as part of the NASA astronaut class known as the 8 Balls.
Our class was the first 50% female, 50% male representative, and so we're used to being in that equal environment already. So I think it's really just reflecting where we are now in society, and that makes it even better for us. We can celebrate that, and I think, if it does help us inspire the young girls that are out there, we are absolutely there to do that as well, because we remember what it was like.
During her training before being selected for a flight, Meir was a crew member in the European Space Agency's CAVES training in 2016. There, she and others performed analog activities that test skills needed for a long-duration spaceflight. Her ticket was called when she was selected to fly on the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skripovchka and Emirati astronaut Haza al-Mansouri.
For me, training here in Star City has been one of the most incredible experiences really throughout my career so far. To think, to go on what Hazza said, this is really the place where the very first human in space trained and flew from. So it is really difficult to believe sometimes that now we are here following in those footsteps.
Engines at max thrust. Liftoff.
The trio successfully lifted off from Baikonur on September 25, 2019. They carried forward Yuri Gagarin's legacy, as this was the final flight from Baikonur's Site 1, also known as Gagarin's Start. The timing of Meir's first mission to space was auspicious, to say the least, since she was returning to a world of shutdowns and quarantines thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic.
It was very strange to feel that there were 3 of us up here at the time. Now there are 6 of us again. We were really the only 3 humans that were not subjected to that at the current time. Billions of humans, everybody was dealing with this in some way or another, and the 3 of us weren't. So it was very strange to see it all unfold.
Besides being among the 3 humans to miss the start of the pandemic on Earth, Meir made history another way. She and fellow 8-ball classmate Christina Cook participated in the first all-female spacewalk on October 18th, 2019.
Since it was my first spacewalk in general, that was an overall overwhelming and incredible feeling. And the fact that I did it with another woman and actually with my friend, close friend and colleague Christina, really made it even more special.
Christina and I were just going out the door and doing our job that day. But it did take on a lot more significance to me over time as I saw the outpouring of enthusiasm and support that we received from people all around the world, from all walks of life. And that is something that we really reflected on and did not take lightly. That meant a lot.
All 4 members of Crew 12 will be saying farewell to their partners and children while in space. The experience will be novel for first-time flyers Sophie Adenot and Jack Hathaway, and also new for Meir in her own way.
When I flew last time, I did not have a husband and a child, and now I have both of those. So I know at the end of my 7 months last time, I actually wanted to stay longer. I wasn't ready to come home. And this time perhaps will feel a little bit different since I'll be leaving my 3-year-old back here. But everything that we're doing on board the space station is so exciting. It keeps us going, it keeps us invigorated, and it's easy to not miss things back at home. Of course, we will miss our family, our friends, our loved ones, but I hope that what we're doing will be exciting enough and important enough, noteworthy enough that one day when she's old enough, she'll appreciate that time away that we had.
Riding beside Meir inside the Dragon spacecraft is fellow NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Like Meir, he will also be leaving family behind during his 8-month stay on orbit.
They're the ones that sacrifice quite a bit to put up with our careers as we move around the country and go different places and support us and take care of the home front while we're on a training, evolution, or activity, or we go to the space station for 8 to 9 months. Our families are the ones that are at home, taking care of the house, taking care of the kids, making sure they do their homework, and just keeping everything in order so we can pursue our dreams. So from the bottom of our hearts, thanks to our families for doing that for us.
The 43-year-old is no stranger to traveling for work. After graduating from the U.S. Naval Academy in 2004, the Connecticut native proceeded to become a naval aviator in 2006 before being assigned to Naval Air Station Lemoore in California. In 2010, he traveled to England to attend Empire Test Pilot School before returning to the States for an assignment in the FAA Team Department in the Air Test and Evaluation Squadron 2-3 in Maryland. After graduating from the U.S. Naval War College in 2015, he went on to deploy on board the USS Truman for Operation Inherent Resolve. During his naval career, Hathaway racked up more than 2,500 flight hours across 30 different types of aircraft and flew 39 combat missions.
We have all different backgrounds, and that's what makes the crew a success. Throughout the 25 years we'd have humans in orbit on the International Space Station and throughout of our respective space agencies, we all have a different background, and we bring something different to the adventure and to the mission, and that helps us succeed as a crew. For me, as an aviator, it helped me grow my mustache right now. It's a really key part of my background.
Pretty impressive, right?
But also, when I grew up as a naval aviator, everyone around me challenged me to be the best version of myself and be as capable and work as hard as I possibly could to meet the high standard that is present in that community. And I try to bring that here to my experience at NASA.
Hathaway's time at NASA began in December 2021. That's when he was selected as part of NASA's 23rd astronaut class, nicknamed the Flies. He will meet classmate Chris Williams on board the space station when Crew 12 arrives at the orbiting outpost. Hathaway said after his selection by NASA that he had originally joined the Navy with the goal of becoming a test pilot because of the history of NASA selecting those types of men and women to join the space agency.
Now that I've had this great opportunity, I've been selected for NASA, going to get the opportunity to work with a whole bunch of flight test teams to solve engineering challenges, to work out flight control laws and different flight dynamic issues, and kind of combine that sense of me as a pilot and my piloting experience, how I can help the engineers solve their problems, how the engineers can help us solve our piloting challenges in order to produce a product, a spacecraft in this case, that can do the mission objective, return a sample, bring people safely to the low Earth orbit, get them to the moon. All these challenges that are facing NASA and other space operators nowadays.
This will be Hathaway's first opportunity to go to space. He says he's looking forward to all the treats of being in microgravity, like zero-G acrobatics and creating water bubbles. But he says the best piece of advice he got almost feels like a reference to the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Just to slow down and smile and enjoy it, and we can get really caught up in all the important science and all the important technical work that we're doing up there. But it's a great privilege that we get to experience weightlessness and the beauty of the Earth from an orbit. And it's all based on the thousands and tens of thousands of people around the world through all our international partnerships and all the work that we've kept humans in orbit for 25 years. And just slow down, smile, and enjoy being a part of that history. So I'm looking forward to that. And I know something Jessica didn't get to do on her last mission that she's going to enjoy this time is hang out with the four of us and have a great time together.
Very true, very true.
Yeah, I can only concur with what was said before, and it's very interesting. I received this morning an email from a European astronaut who flew in the early 2020s, and he said, Sophie, your schedule will be especially busy for your increment, but don't forget one thing, you have to go put your eyes in the cupola to see the Earth at least once a day. Because it's very easy. The schedule is sometimes crazy. It's timed at every 5 minutes. We have it's very detailed and it's a lot. And so he said force yourself to go see from the cupola once a day.
That's Sophie Adenot. As you can tell by the patch across from her name on her flight suit, she represents the European Space Agency, or ESA. Hailing from a small town in the heart of France, Adenot first studied spacecraft and aircraft flight dynamics in Toulouse before earning a master's degree in human factors engineering at MIT in 2004. A year later, she joined the French Air Force and began training to become a helicopter pilot.
The background that Jack and I and Andrey had in the military taught us how to deal with complex operation in the face of uncertainty. So it's not only dealing with inside your cockpit with whatever elements happen in sometimes hostile environments, but also an ever-changing environment. And I think Crew 12, we had a lot of a changing environment in our training. So this is clearly something we experienced in our previous lives, and it was really very relevant for our training.
Before setting her sights on becoming an astronaut, Adenot was involved with numerous rescue flights in the early 2010s, becoming a formation flight leader and mission captain through the middle of the decade, and then becoming a test pilot in the French Defense Procurement Agency. She racked up more than 3,000 hours of flight time across 22 different types of helicopters. And in 2022, she received the French National Order of Merit. That same year, she was announced as one of the members of ESA's 2022 astronaut class, chosen out of more than 22,500 applicants.
I was deeply happy. It was a long process, which required a lot of energy, a lot of preparation, a lot of thoughts as well, and a lot of teamwork with family members helping to prepare as well, and I'm thankful for everyone who helped me.
Adenot was formally announced as training for a space mission in 2024 and began working alongside the rest of Crew 12.
Training alongside Sophie as part of our crew has been really a wonderful experience. And I think the main reason why I say that is because Sophie brings this excitement and enthusiasm to everything that we do. You know, you can be miserable or happy doing anything or being anywhere, and Sophie just always brightens up the room because she's so excited to be there. She's so excited to learn what we are learning, whether it's fixing the International Space Station toilet to figuring out how to pilot the Dragon vehicle. She is always there with excitement in her eyes, asking good questions, taking copious, incredible notes she's become quite renowned for. But she really just brings this positive spirit to the team.
Adenot's trip to the space station is also unique, since she's just the second female French astronaut to head to the ISS. She follows in the footsteps of Claudie Aigneret, who flew as the flight engineer on the Soyuz TM-33 mission in 2001.
I remember very well the first launch of Claudie Aigneret. I was 14 years old. And that day, it kind of clicked in my mind. She was the first French woman astronaut flying to space, and before only men. And you know, you when you're a teenager, you're just looking for inspiration. And if someone has done it already, then it clicks in your mind. Say, hey, yeah, if a woman has done it already, then why not me? And so, if like any of us can give some inspiration to whoever needs it. I think inspiration doesn't have a genre. It's available for everyone who needs it. We need, to share words of inspiration to everyone who needs it. And so, if we can do this for people who need it, then we're happy to do it.
Speaking of those seeking to inspire is the other Crew 12 mission specialist, Andrey Fedyaev. Like Meir, this will also be his second trip to the International Space Station. His first flight was as a member of the SpaceX Crew 6 mission back in 2023. His 186 days in space earned him the title of Hero of the Russian Federation, as designated by Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2024. As a member of the Crew 12 complement, he becomes just the fourth person to fly twice on a Dragon spacecraft and the first non-American to do so. With this return trip, he said he wanted to bring a piece of home up with him.
I'm also taking the symbolic items from the little town where I grew up in the Sverdlov region, in the small mountainous town in the Urals, and I'm also bringing the flag of my local town.
Like his crewmates Adenot and Hathaway, Fedyaev also comes from a military background. He logged more than 500 hours in various aircraft during his time as a member of the Russian Air Force. He says while he would love to be able to perform a spacewalk while on station, that's likely not in the cards.
During our EVA, I will operate ERA, European Robotic Arm,
Yeah, so what Andrey is referring to, normally the cosmonaut that flies on the U.S. commercial vehicles doesn't receive all of the training, doesn't actually participate in the spacewalks. The two cosmonauts that are on the Soyuz will be performing those. But sounds like he'll be helping out with the robotic arm.
Time now, T-minus 2 hours, 22 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Again, at this point in the count, NASA is not yet sharing live pictures on the crew from the crew access arm or inside the white room, so we're not able to see live the progress towards getting this Crew Dragon ready to fly astronauts and the cosmonaut to the International Space Station. Space Agency instead posting updates to their live blog, noting that in their latest update from about 12 or 13 or so minutes ago that the 4 members of Crew 12 are secured inside the Dragon spacecraft. Closeout crew working towards the milestone of getting the all clear to close the Dragon's side hatch. Time now T minus 2 hours, 16 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. Seeing a little venting from near the area around the inner stage. Still a ways away from when the process of tanking the Falcon 9 will get underway. SpaceX will conduct its go-no-go poll to step into the tanking timeline at T-minus 45 minutes. In the meantime, we were able to see, thanks to Michael Caine, live views of the crew exiting the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building from the camera he set up. As we mentioned at the time, he was busy moving and grooving with his still camera to capture various views from down on the ground of the people who were watching the crew interact with their family members before heading out here to the pad. I want to share some of those photos with you now as we wait further updates on the Crew 12 mission. You can see Administrator Jared Isaacman is down here getting ready to see this crew off in person. This will be the first batch of astronauts heading up to the International Space Station since Isaacman was confirmed as administrator. And there you can see the Crew 12 quartet from left to right. We've got Roscosmos cosmonaut Fedyaev and Jack Hathaway as an astronaut and pilot, followed by Jessica Meir, and then Sophie Adenot on the far right. A little bit hard to tell the folks in the back because of the bar blocking their face, but I believe that's NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren on the right-hand side with the blue tie. A little hard to tell the gentleman on the left, but that looks like it might be the newest head of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle. Tingle was most recently set to be the commander of the Starliner 1 mission. Now getting live video inside the Dragon spacecraft for the first time since this mission began. And you can see the 4 members of Crew 12 in that same lineup that we were just going through a second ago. As you can see, their seats have been rotated back and they're currently in their launch configuration. coming up on the 2-hour mark ahead of the flight of this Falcon 9 rocket. Per the timeline, we should be past the point, or right about at the point at which the Dragon side hatch should be closed. NASA just beginning their coverage now, so we may be getting some video that has been previously recorded from the milestones that have elapsed so far. Time now T-minus 1 hour, 54 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. As part of the NASA broadcast, they are showing a playback of some of the milestones that happened earlier this morning. See the crew as they arrived at the pad. Walk across the crew access arm. Now, the only crew access arm that is up at SpaceX's two launch pads here in Florida. We'll talk more about what happened to the one at Launch Complex 39A a little bit later on in the broadcast. And these are views that NASA recorded as they were happening. Didn't share as they were happening live, but decided to hold them until they started their broadcast. Time now T minus 1 hour, 47 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. This is a fairly quiet period for the countdown, as we're about an hour away from when the call will be made to step into the final process of tanking the Falcon 9 rocket. We'll see that really get underway with the retraction of the crew access arm, which will finish swinging away from the Dragon spacecraft at around T minus 42 minutes before liftoff. Then things will step into the typical prop load process for Falcon 9. Tanking will begin at T minus 35 minutes with the loading of RP1, rocket-grade kerosene aboard the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen will begin to flow on board the booster, also at that T minus 35 minute mark. Time now T minus 1 hour, 45 minutes and counting. In a post on X within the last couple of minutes, NASA notes that they've completed comms checks with the crew and the Dragon hatch, the side hatch, is closed as well. We unfortunately did not hear those comms checks, nor did we actually get to see the side hatch being closed, but apparently both of those milestones have been accomplished now. time now, T-minus 1 hour, 39 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. As we continue to watch the progress towards the liftoff of the Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station. We noted this earlier in the broadcast, but this is just the second time that SpaceX and NASA have launched a crewed flight from Space Launch Complex 40 after bringing this pad online in support of Dragon missions. In the run-up to this mission, SpaceX made the announcement that they are shifting Dragon operations away from Launch Complex 39A and focusing those on Pad 40. So as we wait to see the launch of Dragon Freedom, let's go ahead and play a little bit of tape here as an explanation as to why they're turning away from Pad 39A for the time being, and when they might return and what that will look like.
You also may have noticed, if you look over at 39A, that the crew arm is coming down.
After more than a week of speculation and anticipation, the crew access arm at Launch Complex 39A did indeed come down off the tower. The build-up for the moment began on January 30th during a news conference at the Johnson Space Center regarding the upcoming launch of the Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station. That's when Lee Eckert, Senior Mission Manager for SpaceX's Human Spaceflight Mission Management Program, said this.
For our manifest going forward, we're planning to launch most of our Falcon 9 launches off of Space Launch Complex 40. That will include all Dragon missions going forward, and that will allow our Cape team to focus 39A on Falcon Heavy launches and hopefully our first Starship launches later this year.
The change is significant since just about all of the SpaceX-supported commercial crew program missions launched from this pad, from Demo 2 in May 2020 all the way through to Crew 11 in August of 2025. The site also played host to the launches of the 4 private astronaut missions organized by Axiom Space, as well as the 3 commercial missions, Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, and Fram 2. During a pre-launch briefing for Crew 12, William Gerstenmaier, SpaceX's Vice President of Build and Flight Reliability, explained why this needed to happen.
We're going to do some maintenance on some bearings on the crew arm. I think the general plan is we'll keep the crew arm on the ground after we do those repairs, but we'll be ready to put the crew arm back up again if we need to go back and launch crew from Pad 39A.
Gerstenmaier went on to say that the reason why this work can't be done with the arm in place as it is because of how this particular arm was constructed.
The arm physically has to come down to get to the bearings. These are the bearings that actually hold the arm to the tower. They're unique to 39A. They're very different than they are for the arm that's on 40. And to physically get access to those, the arm needs to be removed, those bearings have to come out, and they have to be reinstalled.
Gerstenmaier says that the work will be done at the Kennedy Space Center, presumably somewhere at their Hangar X facility. That's where they refurbish Falcon boosters and house their Launch Control Center. During the briefing on February 9th, we asked,
what's the time frame if NASA calls that pad could be ready for another human spaceflight activity?
In terms of 39A readiness, we'll be ready to support from 39A as soon as we can get the rocket ready to go fly and get the call up in place. So if NASA has a need, as soon as we're notified, we'll start processing the Dragon capsule, we'll start processing the Falcon vehicle. In the time frame it takes us to get Falcon and Dragon ready, we can be ready to get the pad up and operating.
One advantage for SpaceX in focusing on Falcon Heavy operations at Pad 39A is that they won't have to go through the weeks-long process of converting from a single-stick Falcon 9 configuration to a 3-booster Falcon Heavy setup. Gerstenmaier added that they're ramping up operations with Starship preparations as well, noting the intentional separation between the Falcon and Starship sides of the launch complex.
You'll also see a lot of work going on at 39A. That's the work for Starship. That doesn't impact our ability to launch from the pad. We're careful that we keep those things separate, and we're ready to go.
The shift of all Dragon operations to Pad 40 also comes with the introduction of a new landing site for SpaceX called Landing Zone 40.
It's obviously an exciting time at Spaceport, Florida. and we're excited to debut our new landing zone 40. And this will be our primary landing site for our Falcon 9 boosters that perform return to launch site going forward. Completed all of the range and Space Force certification to be ready for this mission. We still have access to landing zone 2 if we ever need it, but the expectation is that would be primarily for Falcon Heavy launches where we have 2 return to launch site side boosters.
NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 launch from Pad 40 will be just the second human spaceflight mission from this site, following Crew 9 in September 2024.
Dragon, SpaceX, for your awareness, closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Dragon copies.
faire un petit post juste sur le groupe WhatsApp en disant. Ouais. Ouais, ok.
Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, 28 seconds in counting. You'll notice that the crew is taking some time now, working through their checklist on their tablets. One change to the operations on board Dragon and future crewed vehicles to the International Space Station. In a change of policy, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman pushed through the opportunity for crew to fly more modern smartphones, right now we're seeing them on their tablets, but conceivably during the course of the crew's trip to the International Space Station, they may pop out one of the latest Androids or iPhones and take some behind-the-scenes photos or videos and share those with the public, giving the audience out in the world a different type of glimpse of spaceflight that we've seen on some of the commercial missions like Polaris Dawn and Fram 2. Of course, Polaris Dawn was commanded by now current NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Time now, T minus 1 hour, 13 minutes, 1 second and counting. We're approaching some of the final big milestones prior to the launch of this Falcon 9 rocket from Space Launch Complex 40. In just under 13 minutes now, there will be a final pre-fueling weather brief to ensure that things continue to look good as they have been throughout the course of tonight before they start to tank the Falcon 9 rocket. The SpaceX launch director will make the call on the start of prop load at T minus 45 minutes. Then we'll step into a series of fueling events that look fairly typical to standard Falcon 9 launch, but let's go ahead and review them now before they come about. T minus 42 minutes is when the crew access arm should finish retracting. At that point, if there were to be an emergency and the crew needs to get away quickly, then they would use the Super Draco thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft to quickly get away from the rest of the Falcon 9 rocket. That escape system is armed at T minus 39 minutes. And then fueling will start at the T minus 35 minute mark with the loading of RP1, a rocket-grade kerosene on board the rocket's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen on board the rocket's booster. About half an hour before liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket, SpaceX will start to load cryogenic helium onto the pressure vessels for the first stage, and we'll do the same on the second stage a few minutes after that. The helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. At about T minus 23 minutes, the upper stage RP1 tank should be full, and then T minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds will be the start of the strong back chill down. SpaceX conditions the feed lines at the pad prior to liquid oxygen being loaded up, starting at T minus 16 minutes. In between those two milestones, we'll see the big vent lasting roughly 4 minutes in duration at the pad.
RP1 bleed is starting.
Just heard that call out for RP1 bleed. Should start to hear the callouts pick up as we get closer to the start of fueling. T minus 7 minutes is the chill down of the 9 Merlin engines, where SpaceX will flow a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, and that helps to protect these engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during startup. About 6 minutes before liftoff, the first stage kerosene tank will be full, and then at T minus 4.5 minutes, we'll see the retraction of the strong back. The clamp arms just beneath the Dragon's trunk will open up, and then the transporter erector, otherwise referred to as the strong back, will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff. At that point, it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of this Falcon 9. 3 minutes before liftoff, the first stage liquid oxygen tank should be full. Same will be true on the second stage about a minute afterwards. At that point, the Falcon 9 rocket is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final minute of the count, as we hear the call that the Falcon 9 is transitioned from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers, the propellant takes the product to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will verify that they are go for launch T minus 45 seconds. The engine ignition command will be issued at T minus 3 seconds. And if all 9 Merlin engines ignite As expected, the command will be given for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 rocket for a teaser liftoff. Coming up this morning at 5:15 a.m. Eastern, 10:15 UTC for our friends around the world. Just about T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes, 43 seconds from now. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 4 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The launch today is unique, of course, because it's just the second time that humans will launch from Space Launch Complex 40 on board a Dragon spacecraft. It's also the first time that SpaceX will utilize its brand new landing pad, dubbed appropriately Landing Zone 40. Here's a satellite image view captured by Planet Labs satellite, their SkySat C13, ordered by Harry Stringer. Harry does a great series of capturing space-related activities and sites from space, commissioning satellite images from a whole host of different providers. This just one from a recent pass over Florida's Space Coast. Since this image was captured, SpaceX has done a little bit more work on the landing zone, which is the circle that's to the upper right-hand corner of the launch complex. They've added their X logo in the heart of it. And the first stage booster, tail number 1101, will touch down at this site a little more than 7.5 minutes after liftoff. As SpaceX has noted, they do still have access to Landing Zone 2. The lease at Landing Zone 1 expired on December 31st, as Phantom and Viaspace are in the early stages of converting that part of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Complex 13, into a dual-use pad between those two launch providers.
Dragon, SpaceX, for your awareness, ground is stepping into cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
Now T-minus 1 hour and counting. If you're just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station. Set to lift off now in just under 1 hour from now at 5:15 a.m. Eastern, 10:15 UTC. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. It's good to be with you here in these pre-dawn hours here on the East Coast, getting ready to see Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, you have a go for step 5.1. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copy. Go for 5.1. SpaceX Dragon, we are go for launch.
SpaceX copies. Stand by in section 6 of 4.100.
And good words from the crew.
Standing by in section 6.
To SpaceX Mission Control, confirming that the crew of Crew 12 is go for launch. Coming up in just a little more than 10 minutes, the SpaceX launch director will confirm that they are ready to step into the start of prop load. That call will happen around T-minus 45 minutes. Going to go ahead and hear some comments now from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Let's listen in.
History. I mean, 25 years of continuous operation up there. I think the goal right now is to maximize the remaining life on it to the greatest extent possible. So, you know, as our astronauts prepare to go up and undertake the mission that Crew 12 is launching on right now, the idea is to get the highest potential science and research up there to unlock and ignite an orbital economy so that someday we have lots of you know, commercially operated space stations in low Earth orbit, and also to demonstrate a lot of the technology that we intend to use on lunar missions and a lunar base in the future. A great example would be it's a great testing ground for future lunar EVA suits to be able to exercise that on the space station. So we're going to make an awful lot of use of the station over its remaining life. We're going to keep our crews extremely busy up there.
And also, we're preparing this morning to launch Crew 12 to low Earth orbit to the International Space Station, and then going to send another crew around the moon in just a few weeks. Space agencies don't typically do those kind of missions right on top of each other. What does that say about NASA?
I'd say we're just getting started right now, but you're certainly seeing American space capabilities being showcased. We were able to bring Crew 11 home early while pulling forward Crew 12, which is obviously getting ready to launch in less than an hour right now, while we have crews out there testing for Artemis 2. We're doing a series of kind of mini wet dress rehearsal tests today. Make sure we give that vehicle the highest probability of success to get off the pad in early March. What a great problem to have. Multiple crew-rated vehicles out on the pad right now. I hope this becomes more commonplace to such an extent that maybe in the years ahead, having 2 vehicles ready to go to space with astronauts seems like an easy day.
Excellent. Well, there you have it. Words from our new NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman. And we're going to go back to Daryl Nail.
All right, thank you very much, Stephen and Administrator Isaacman. Great to hear from him.
Time now T-minus 46 minutes, 6 seconds and counting. We're just about a minute away from hearing the call regarding the startup prop load. Should be coming up at around time now T-minus 44 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. The crew access arm is now swinging away from the Dragon spacecraft as a pull was just complete for the retraction of the arm, the arming of the launch escape system, and a step into the start of fueling.
Step 6.3, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Please, we're ready to close visors and arm the launch escape system. SpaceX Dragon, visors are closed. We're ready. Copy, go.
Launch escape system is verified armed. Falcon 9 tanks will be venting for the start of propellant load. Expect loud venting.
Time now T-minus 36 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. We're just a little more than a minute away from the start of propellant beginning to flow on board the rocket.
propellant load has started.
And a good call there. Prop load now underway on the Falcon 9 rocket. RP-1, the rocket-grade kerosene flowing on board the upper stage and the booster of the Falcon 9. And liquid oxygen also flowing on board the rocket's first stage. Just under 35 minutes to the departure of Crew 12.
Start of Stage 1 cryohelium loading.
Good call regarding helium load. We should hear a similar call regarding helium load on the Falcon 9 rocket's second stage a few minutes from now. That helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight.
Beginning stage 2 cryohelium vent shortly. Expect loud venting.
Just under 22 minutes remaining in the count. Watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station. We're coming up to the big vent here in just a little more than 1 minute's time. This is a visual indication of the chilling of the feed lines at the pad prior to loading liquid oxygen on board the rocket's upper stage.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
And you see the big vent is now underway at pad 40. RP1 loading on stage 2 has also been completed.
Dragon, SpaceX for update. Falcon 9, Dragon, and weather remain go. We're tracking no holds against launch today.
Dragon copies. That's great news.
And a good update there, as you just heard, they are tracking no holds against the possibility of launch in about 17 minutes and change. So things on track for that on-time departure to begin the journey to the International Space Station. Once docked to the Harmony module's zenith or space-facing port, Crew 12 set to spend about 8 months on orbit as things currently stand with the mission. The cargo Dragon that has been on station, it's part of the CRS-33 mission, that will separate and make its way back to Earth sometime in the early... Actually, I think it's the closer to the mid-March time frame.
Stage 2 LOX load is starting.
Big vent has wrapped up, and as you just heard, upper stage liquid oxygen load is getting underway. Time now, T-minus 13 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. Certainly appreciate the more than 4,400 of you who are watching along with us live this morning, especially to those who've been with us throughout the majority, or some, I'm sure, the entirety of the broadcast. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage as we cruise on in through these final 13 minutes of the count for a liftoff of Crew 12 on this Friday the 13th. I want to thank channel member Michael McRory for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate that, Michael. Michael says, very cool to see rockets all on the pad all over the Space Coast at 39B, 40, and early this morning at the Vulcan over on 41. Also want to thank that blonde space girl for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate that. Who says, here at the Cape, let's go Crew 12. Hope you've got a good view of liftoff. Coming up in 12 minutes. As a reminder for those who are in the area of Brevard County, especially for those fairly close to the Cape, the booster supporting today's mission, tail number 1101, is set to return for a touchdown over at landing zone 40, less than 8 minutes after liftoff. This will be the first time that SpaceX is recovering a first stage booster at LZ-40. Here's an image that SpaceX shared of this new landing site adjacent to the launch pad with a nice view of the Atlantic Ocean beyond.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
Displays are configured for launch.
We copy. From the entire SpaceX team, it's been a pleasure working together. Good luck and Godspeed, Crew 12. Enjoy the ride.
In a few moments, we will leave the ground, but not the people who brought us here. This mission is the result of years of dedication, preparation, and trust. To the teams at NASA and SpaceX, Roscosmos, ESA, JAXA, and CSA, your work stands on this pad with us. Every test, every checklist, every decision has led to this moment. Thank you for your tireless dedication and attention to detail. We launch not as individuals, but as representatives of something much larger. We carry the flags of our countries and our space agencies, but most importantly, we carry humanity's intrinsic curiosity and desire to explore. Looking around me at the diversity of backgrounds and experiences with me in this cockpit and on the teams supporting us around the planet, it is clear that when we work together, we can accomplish extraordinary things. We stand on the shoulders of giants. This expression is trite, but true. Generations who dared to imagine beyond what they could touch, who turned risk into knowledge, and who left behind a foundation strong enough to push further. These giants also include our families, our friends, and loved ones. You share the weight of this journey in ways that few ever see, and remind us that nobody reaches the horizon alone. When we look back at Earth from orbit, it will be your faces, your voices, and your sacrifices that travel with us. Crew 12 is ready. We are honored to represent our agencies, our nations, and the shared human desire to explore, to look up, to ask what lies beyond, and to go together. We carry this responsibility with humility and with awe. Over to Jack. In human spaceflight, passion isn't a coincidence. It's a choice. Whether you're welding hardware, programming software, or piloting a spacecraft, every one of us chose the difficult path that got us here today in this moment. Interacting with such a dedicated team is the best part of my job, and I want to say a heartfelt thank you to the drive you bring to this program every single day. Over to Sophie.
Thanks, Jack. As a compliment to what my crewmates said, I wanted to say how important international cooperation is. As humanity, we can achieve great things when nations are working together. The International Space Station is a good example of a huge international achievement that just celebrated 25 years of continuous presence. We, as humanity, can be proud of us achieving this together. I'll hand it over to Andrey.
So guys, engage. Поехали.
Поехали.
Поехали. Поехали.
Engine chill has started.
Good call on engine chill, as we're coming up on about 6.5 minutes prior to the planned liftoff of Crew 12. Coming up next, we should hear a call regarding first stage RP1 loading wrapping up.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
And with that good call, coming up next will be the retraction of the strongback away from the Falcon 9 rocket. This mission carrying Crew 12 is SpaceX's 599th Falcon 9 rocket launch to date. The 17th of the year so far.
Falcon 9 tanks will begin pressurizing for strongback retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Strongback retract has started.
Good call for a strong back retraction. In just a second, you'll see the clamp arms beneath the Dragon trunk open up. There we go. And then the truss structure to the right will recline just a few degrees away from the rocket. It'll stay in that position until liftoff. Transporter erector slowly in motion, pulling back just a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Good call on stage 1 LOX load.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And with that call, the Falcon 9 rocket is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. Starting to see the ground gas closeouts there.
Dragon is in auto idle.
As they release the remaining liquid oxygen from the feed lines there at the pad.
Gas closeouts will start in 5 seconds. Expect loud venting.
FTS is armed and Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
Waiting now for the SpaceX launch director to confirm that they are in fact go for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And with that go for launch call, you can see the moon just beneath our countdown clock.
SpaceX Dragon, we are go for launch.
Thirty seconds and
T-minus
counting.
30 seconds.
"15 seconds. And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket with Crew Dragon Freedom carrying Crew 12 to the International Space Station. Falcon 9 has cleared the tower. Falcon 9 rocket passing through max Q, point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Falcon 9 traveling faster than the speed of sound. Now throttling back up on the Merlin engines, passing through max Q. Thermal conditioning of the Merlin vacuum engine on the rocket's upper stage. Coming up on a few events in fairly rapid succession here, we'll see first stage main engine cutoff, or MECO. That'll be followed by stage separation. The first stage will perform a flip maneuver. The Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite, and the boost back burn will start. We're about 10 seconds to the start of all of that.
Bico?
2 Alpha.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition?
Really nice views of the boost back burn underway. The two plumes interacting with each other to create this nebula-like effect. A little more than 3 minutes into flight. The boost back burn set to end in a little more than 10 seconds.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy.
A little more than 4 minutes into the mission now. We're coming up to the next milestone, which is the start of the 3-engine entry burn in just about 2 minutes. The first stage booster B1101 is making its way back to landing zone 40. It'll be the first booster to touch down at that landing site.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy, nominal.
Five minutes, 20 seconds into the mission so far. We're now less than a minute away from the start of that 3-engine entry burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy.
Good confirmation of a nominal trajectory, and we are now less than 20 seconds away from the start of the entry burn. About 5 seconds to the entry burn. And a good view of that entry burn. Now wrapping up. Coming up next will be the single engine landing burn, which will take B1101 down for touchdown, marking the first return of a
Dragon,
booster.
SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy.
first return of a booster to landing zone 40. You can see the lights of the Space Coast coastline coming more into view as the booster makes its way back to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. All eyes on landing zone 40 and good tracking shots.
Stage 2 FTS
And a great sonic boom. And the very first landing at LZ-40, now in the books. 8 minutes into flight. The recovery of the booster, of course, the secondary goal for this mission today. The first is to make sure that Crew 12 gets sent safely on their way to the International Space Station.
and terminal guidance.
That call, meaning that the upper stage engine that you see here on your screen is about to complete its first burn.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
About 10 seconds away to engine cutoff. That call for Shannon is a reference to Shannon, Ireland. This is the final abort zone that the Dragon and Falcon 9 upper stage
shutdown.
have passed. You just heard the call for engine shutdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, we have a nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon copies, nominal insertion. Wonderful ride.
All stations, launch escape system disarmed.
And with the achievement of a nominal orbit, the crew on board Dragon Freedom now getting their first real experience with microgravity on this mission. Hopefully we'll get some views inside the Dragon spacecraft here in the not too distant future. You can see separation of Dragon from the Falcon 9 upper stage. Dragon Freedom.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Flying free.
Dragon copies.
Dragon Freedom, Chief Engineer. Jessica, Jack, Sophie, Andrey, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9. Dragon will take you from here. Over to our launch director for a few words.
It turns out Friday the 13th is a very lucky day. Jessica, Jack, Sophie, Andrey, it's been a pleasure training with you and preparing for your flight. From the entire Falcon launch team, thank you, good luck, and Godspeed to the crew of Freedom.
Thank you, team. That was quite a ride. Thank you, SpaceX, Falcon 9, and NASA teams. We have left the Earth, but the Earth has not left us. When we gaze at our planet from above, it is immediately clear that everything is interconnected. The vast oceans, the continuous land masses, and all that they contain. We are one humankind here on our shared home planet. This becomes self-evident as astronauts peering down from above, and is a sentiment that would serve us all well to remember back on the ground. We see the thin, tenuous band of an atmosphere solely responsible for supporting all life on this planet, and we know that it is utterly unique, fragile, and must be protected. To those supporting and watching our journey, please know that your spirit travels with us, stitched into the very fabric of all that we do. We hope that our arrival in space reminds all of you that dreams truly can become reality, given dedication, perseverance, and yes, a bit of luck along the way. Crew 12 is grateful and ready for the journey ahead. We're on our way. Andrey?
Центр управления, экипаж, Dragon, Freedom на связи. Мы на целевой орбите. Все системы работают штатно. С этой высоты наша Земля выглядит невероятно хрупкой и целостной. Здесь не видно границ, только тонкая голубая линия атмосферы, которая защищает все живое. Именно этот вид напоминает нам о главном. Мы одна команда на одном корабле планете Земля. Каждый виток вокруг нашей общей голубой колыбели – это доказательство того, что возможно, когда наши нации объединяют знания. Сегодня наш экипаж и эта станция – это результат работы тысяч специалистов из разных стран. Мы здесь не как представители отдельных государств, а как человечество, которое исследует космос, чтобы лучше понимать и... Мы продолжим работу на благо всех. Спасибо за доверие и поддержку. Dragon, Freedom, связь с вами.
Thanks to the flight control, engineering, manufacturing, and ground support teams around the world. Successful launches of humans to orbit is a testament to your technical mastery and precision in this unforgiving environment. We fly with confidence because we know that the finest minds on Earth are watching our backs. And I'll pass it over to Sophie.
Thanks, Jack. For Crew 12, this is our first orbit. For humanity, it's just one small moment in the vast journey of exploring our world and beyond. From up here, we're reminded that we're all connected. Take care of one another, dream big together, and keep reaching higher. That's how humanity moves forward, and how we make each other proud.
We copy and appreciate those words, Crew 12. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy continues nominally as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mary.
Time now T plus 14 minutes, 52 seconds. Some good words from the crew, good words from the ground, and some beautiful views of our spaceship Earth from the Falcon 9 upper stage. Crew 12 is set to dock with the International Space Station around 3:15 p.m. tomorrow. Docking with the space-facing port, again, coming up tomorrow, Saturday, February 14th. Valentine's Day docking following a launch on Friday the 13th, as the SpaceX launch director said, turned out to be a lucky day after all. The hatch is set to open to allow the crew to enter into the space station at about 5 p.m. That'll be followed by some welcoming remarks as NASA astronaut Chris Williams is getting ready to welcome on board station his classmate, Jack, one of the 4 members of Crew 12, set to dock to the International Space Station tomorrow evening. With a good send-off to Dragon Freedom, I'm going to go ahead and start to wrap up our live coverage of the Crew 12 launch. up to this point. So let's go ahead and turn to our mission stats as they currently stand. With a good liftoff and inaugural landing at LZ-40, that marked the end of the second flight of Falcon 9 first stage booster 1101. This was SpaceX's 599th Falcon 9 launch to date, the 17th of the year so far. This was the company's 533rd Falcon booster reflight, with a launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This was SpaceX's 163rd orbital launch within the last 365 days, the 306th orbital flight for SpaceX from Pad 40, and the 361st overall orbital launch from this pad as well. Here's a look at the bar chart representation of the Falcon family of rockets. Moving on to some recovery stats, this was, as mentioned, the first touchdown back at the new landing zone 40, LZ-40. That marked the 70th landing on land here in the Sunshine State of Florida, the 103rd landing on land for a Falcon booster, when you include California touchdowns. This is SpaceX's 570th good landing of one of their Falcon boosters, and the 571st landing successfully of an orbital class rocket, including the recovery of Blue Origin's Never Tell Me the Odds. Finally, with some industry stats, this was the 9th orbital launch from Florida, the 18th from U.S. soil, the 20th from U.S. rocket company.
Dragon, SpaceX, we saw a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
Copy.
And with that, Dragon, there are 5 minutes remaining in our current ground station pass. At this time, you are welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator.
Microgravity indicator consists of 4 satellites orbiting a crocheted Earth, all handmade elements by Jack Stoddard and my childhood best friend. Crew member selected a personal symbol or satellite. Heather links each satellite to the Earth, representing our connection to our families, friends, and our one shared home. Chose a panda holding a mushroom, 2 adorable symbols of environmental importance and cultural fascination. Pandas are modern icons of species preservation and international diplomacy, and a pivotal character in my childhood. Mushrooms, the fungi, are the great decomposers, with all life on Earth depending on them to keep our soils healthy and food webs functioning.
I chose a moon that my daughter hand crocheted. Each color woven into the design represents a member of our family or cherished shared activity. By bringing this piece with me, I keep our bond close, allowing me to relive happy memories while looking forward to the ones we'll create when I return.
I chose bananas are the world's most common fruit, ordinary fruit shared by billions of people across every continent. Yet, on orbit, fresh fruit is rare, so I wanted a full reminder of kitchens and homes, a familiar piece of Earth drifting weightless with us.
Я выбрал свою часть, потому что именно эта штуковина напоминает мне об одном из художественных фильмов времен еще Советского Союза, который я смотрел в детстве. И я на самом деле предлагаю попробовать вам угадать, что это за фильм. Буду рад где-нибудь от вас это услышать.
We present to you Planet Gaia and her moon, floating here in Crew 12's Dragon.
We copy Dragon, and with that, I can let you know that we had nominal GNC checkouts. Our next burn is our phasing burn per your forward view.
Copies will be monitoring.
Now that we've been introduced to the zero-G indicator, let's bring that back to our mission stats to continue closing things out. This was the 34th orbital launch around the world. There have been 3 orbital failures so far this year. Here is where the pie chart currently stands. As we take some final views of the 4 members of Crew 12 inside the Dragon Freedom, want to thank the folks who have helped make our live launch coverage possible today. Big thanks to our moderators in the chat, to Jeff Hansen, who I believe has actually been holding it down solo today. Thanks as well to channel member Cumulus Granatus for answering folks' questions in the chat. Big thanks to our friends P. Carstens with Max Q Productions and to Chuck and Jen Briggs for assisting with the tracking. And some excellent work by our team of John Pisani, Michael Kane, and Adam Bernstein. It's been a long couple of days getting things prepared for this launch, as well as the Vulcan flight yesterday morning, more than 24 hours ago now. Lots to track this week. In addition to these launches, of course, keeping tabs on the status of the removal of the crew access arm at Launch Complex 39A. So salute to all the hard work. If you're not following the fellas on X, throw up their handles one more time. John is at John Pisani Photo, Adam is at ABurn NYC, and Michael is at MD Kane Jr. Want to thank as well our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, who's been running the technical operations of the broadcast today. And most importantly, though, want to thank you for wherever you've been watching from, whether you've been here with us in Florida or elsewhere around the world. We certainly appreciate your time and attention, and thank you for choosing us for your live spaceflight coverage. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. Until then, bye-bye.